So a huge warm welcome here to the Strzegom Nations Cup here. A fascinating team competition awaits us, and we welcome in our first horse. For Team Spain, Esteban Benitez rides Milana, a 19-year-old by Medoc. Owned by Jose Canida and Gozo. And Milana, a very good night. We so far 3-star short and 21 was on the Spanish team at
A very good morning and a warm welcome back to Strzegom for the second day of dressage here in the fourth leg of the 2023 Nations Cup Series. And what a weekend we have got in store for you, because we had a good day of dressage yesterday. All of the individual combinations competing in the Nations Cup did their test. Today we turn our attention to the rotations of team riders, and we have got some brilliant teams in the mix as well. 9 of them in total. The first of them will be Spain. Esteban Benitez Valle and Milana 23 will be getting us underway in just a moment's time. Quick nod of his head to President of our ground jury, Nick Burton, who is at sea. Nick, who's officiated at many of the major 5-stars around the world at championship level as well, is joined on the ground jury by Katarina Konaska from Poland. She is at B. And let's just remind you of that leaderboard as to how it is shaping up after yesterday. Out in front, 32.1. Martin Boone, Graven van Cantos are the ones to beat. Felix Volkn, 32.5 in second. Fred Mertz, Signor Medicott in third, 33.5. So who can challenge the top spot today? Well, the first of those team riders is Esteban Benitez Valle, Milana 23. Combination that represented Spain at the World Championships in Pretoni last year. Completed there, but also at the European Championships in Avanches in 2021. Very square halt. Bit inconsistent in the contact in the rein back. Just see that inconsistency in the contact coming through in the shoulder in as well. Milana, 19 years of age now, absolutely knows her job. Owned by Esteban alongside Jose Canedo and Gozo. Those penalty marks you can see coming in at C and B on the top of your screen. Including all of the marks as they come in individually from each judge. So it happens as quickly as the judge presses, or the button presser presses the button. So they don't necessarily change at the same time. It gives us a great indication as to how they're trending. Ooh, just went to pick up the wrong counter strike off. Unfortunately did it twice and then gets it almost at the third time of asking. But now does get it. And now this flying change is going to come up really, really quickly. I see the mare just getting a little bit tight. And again, expensive for that transition. 3s from both judges. Team flying change. He's being a master tactician here, Esteban. And the extended trot across the diagonal as their score just drops back below 40. A mistake coming out of the walk into the canter transition was pretty costly to their penalty score. But the first of the Spanish riders, good final halt, gets their test done and dusted. So Esteban Benitez Valle gets the second day of dressage here in Strzegom underway. The first of our Spanish team riders, joined on the team by Paula Quinza Domingo and Solo del Amor by Blanca Garcia Vidal Sacento. And finally, their anchorman will be Gonzalo Blasco Botin Marlango de Pomers, who will be the last of the Spanish riders down the centre line at 2:23 Central European time. 53 combinations in total in the lineup in this fourth leg of the Nations Cup event in Strzegom. We are just in the southwest of the country, close to both the border with Germany and the Czech Republic. As now coming forward, it is Janneke Boonskaya, ACSI Champ de Tilleur. And the Dutch team, another of those teams who are looking for qualification for the World Championships in Protoni. For the World Championships in Pretonia. For the Paris Olympic Games, I should say. They didn't pick up that qualification in Protoni last year, unfortunately. So we're seeing a number of these nations targeting specifically the Nations Cup Series, because the highest placed team in the series who has not qualified will pick up a qualifying ticket at the end of this season. Buccolo, the final Nations Cup event of 2023. There are, of course, two tickets on offer for the two highest placed unqualified teams at the European Championships in Harat-de-Pin. That'll be held in the middle of August. But for now, it is Janneke Boonskaya to come forward. This is the horse that she rode at the European Championships in Avanches, also at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. A horse who had a bit of time off, 16 years of age, by Quidam de Ravel. Had a bit of time off, but came back after the 2022 season, where we didn't see them internationally, with an absolute bang in Babarusco, where they won the 4-star long format there. So will have picked up really, really good Olympic ranking points as well. They scored 33.9 in the first phase in Babarusco. Almost just rested off hind slightly. Calm rein back. And the early scores showing the first sub-30 score that we've seen on the board so far. Obviously still a long way to go, but this is a horse that is capable of scoring in the 20s. 27.1 in Avanches at those European Championships. To the extended walk across the arena. You could really see actually the difference there between the collected walk and the extended walk. You would see the lengthening of the frame, always taking the contact but remaining consistent. Good over track. And look at the first of the Dutch team riders. Nice pickup directly into the counter transition. Lovely change. This could well be challenging the leaders, remember. Gravan van Cantos, Belgium, 32.1. So she's not a million miles away from where she'd need to be. Be a wonderful boost for the Dutch team to have their first rider put such a good score on the board. He doesn't have the biggest movement, this horse, but he's very rideable. Janneke not giving any marks away. She's been very accurate. Another nice flying change, and most importantly, so far, no mistakes. And ultimately, that goes a long, long way in the first phase. I think we're on track, dare I say it, to see our new leaders as Janneke Boonskaya comes to the final halt. ACSI Champ de Tilleur, a 4-star winner already this year. Big pats as we wait for those final scores to come through. A score in for Milana 23, Esteban Benitez Valle, the first of the Spanish riders, into 10th, 37.4. Let's just wait for these final few scores from ACSI Champ de Tilleur. And again, that clear round in the first phase. So if you get a 7 from every judge for every single movement, that is a 30. And ultimately, ACSI Champ de Tilleur hasn't deviated far from a 7. There's a few 6.5s in there, but they're equaled out by a few 7.5s as well. And we see them get 7s from both judges for harmony of athlete and horse. 31.6. They go out in front here. So the first of the Dutch team riders sitting at the top of the leaderboard. 31.6, the score to beat. Janneke Boonskaya. We've already seen them once this year on FEI TV, putting in an absolutely stellar performance in all 3 phases. That was in Babarithco. What can they do here in Strzegom? The Netherlands actually sitting in second in the Nations Cup team standings. I say second, actually in third. Italy in second, so it is 185 points on the board for the Netherlands, who've actually picked up points in all 3 of the first 3 legs. Then in second, Italy, 205 points, and Belgium well out in front, 270 points. So they do have to bear in mind that they will be able to drop a score at some point if they continue to put teams out in each of the Nations Cup legs. Now it is the first of the Italian team riders, Mattia Luciani and Leopold K, owned by the Silver Oak Real Estate Company, 15-year-old by Levistano. Mattia we saw yesterday with Furneaux, 43.2, sits just inside the top 20. Coming a little bit above the bit in the rein back. Beautiful looking horse, this. Uphill way of going. It's a horse that actually Mattia rode at the European Championships in Avanches back in 2021. They've been regulars on Nations Cup teams as well. So the medium walk, when you go into the walk transition, you go directly into medium walk. And then S to F, the extended walk, the regularity, length of the steps as well, before bringing back to the medium walk at the marker at F. And then picking up this canter transition. And another just to pick up the wrong canter lead. And unfortunately both judges at C and B have a really good view of that part of the arena. And that would prove a little bit costly for him. A little bit cautious in the extended canter, but showing a clear transition back to the collected canter. And the transition is separately marked as well, so you do get marked separately for the extended and for the transitions. Wasn't clean behind in that flying change, so both changes proving costly. Italy, who were on the podium, finished second in their home Nations Cup leg in Montelibretti back in March. Come up the final centre line. And Leopold K has a jolly good look round at the arena as well. Beautifully turned out by the Italian team, and it should be said as well, enormous credit must go to all of the teams behind each of these horse and rider combinations that we see, because it takes an absolute army from the grooms, from the teams at home that keep the show on the road while these horses are away at competitions. They're a massive, massive part of the eventing community. It's the first of those flying changes. So we wait for a score to come in, but Matteo Luciani, Leopold K, looking to be around the 44.3 territory. Confirmed score for Yannick Boonskaya and ACSI Champ de Touleur, 31.7. So that is the score to beat. Now we welcome the fast of the American riders, and what a treat it is to welcome a really exciting, talented group of young American riders over, who've come over especially for this Nations Cup leg in Strzegom. And of course we'll see an American team again, I'm sure, at the end of the season at Buccolo, but also at the Canadian leg in Bromont, which runs the 11th through to the 13th of August. And it is Andrew McConnon who comes forward. Andrew, who is based in North Carolina, over on the east coast of America, as Ferry's cello. He's an 11-year-old Lovely halt to start their test. Owned by Jenny Strzegom. Was actually originally brought out by Caroline Pamuchku. Caroline Martin, you may be more familiar with her as, who actually is also riding on the American team here this weekend with HSH Blake. Certainly one of the ones to watch a little bit later on. But Andrew has had lots of really good results with this horse, including top 10 in the Nations Cup in Bromont last year, 4th in Virginia at the 4-star long format at the back end of last season too, top 10 in Tryon. Not quite square in the halt. It wasn't quite 5 full steps backwards. Andrew, such a talented jockey, actually spent some time over in the UK being based with William Fox Pitt, but has been back in the States for a couple of years now. Nice and supple in the half pass. Beautifully relaxed in the walk, really seeking the contact, extending the frame. Lovely over track. Gets the canter transition. Into the half pass. Late flying change. Let's take a look at the second of them. Will be marked down again for that second change, which is a real shame because there's been so much to like about this test. Wouldn't be overly affected by the atmosphere from what we can see, but you can never totally tell. It's an enormous arena here in Strzegom. Certainly looks to have given Andrew a really nice ride. And Andrew McConnell, Fairies Cello, the first of the US riders to complete their test. We've got a great field of US combinations to come. Fairies Cello, the first of them, but Cassie Sanger, Fernhill Zorro, Jenny Karras, Trendy Fernhill, and Caroline Pamuchku and HSH Blake will be the last to go for the American team a little bit later on. That's a horse that's really impressed coming up the levels and could be one to really watch for the top of the individual leaderboard here this weekend. So waiting for that final score for Andrew McConnell and Fairies Cello. Looks to be sub 35, so should see him sneak inside at the top 10 as things stand at the moment. Might even creep a little bit closer to the top of the leaderboard, to be honest, because that final halt in centre line actually did him absolutely no harm at all. Some good marks coming in at 34.8. Andrew McConnon and Ferry's Cello, they go into 7th as things stand at the moment. So halfway through the first rotation of team riders, as now we welcome the first of our Swedish riders. It is 33-year-old Pontus Hugesson, who comes forward with the 10-year-old Swedish-bred Zinfire, owned by A.B. Maisel, by Zaladin. It's a horse that only stepped up to the 4-star level this year, but had a good completion in Sopot and then jumped clear cross-country in Kronenberg. So a really exciting new addition to the Swedish team setup. Chef d'Equipe Fred Bergendorf oversees the Swedish campaign. A little bit unsettled in the contact there, and unfortunately Pontus just had to take a moment to regroup in that half pass. And actually the bell has rung, so looks like he's gone wrong. Just going to double check where he went there, because there we go, he missed his turn across the arena to halt, because actually you want to halt in from the track, so you're not halting at C, you're halting actually in at G, and that means that the ground jury can actually really see the whole picture of the horse very easily and clearly in front of them. So they'll lose 2 marks from each judge, so 4 marks in total for that error, of course. Just an expensive jog in the walk as well. Up the canter transition. Gets the change, but then actually the horse gets quite upset by it, having a bit of a disagreement. Did actually get the change, but it just needs to stay in the arena. Very tactful from Pontus. That extended canter just to help get the horse in front of his leg as he comes to the next to these changes, and he actually much better got the second of those changes, was clean, very tense, but actually Pontus doing a very good job just keeping keeping a lid on that tension. It's difficult for these horses, you know, fit to run cross country tomorrow. They know they're at a big party. And just trying to break into canter a couple of times across that extended trot as well. And Zinfire, Pontus Hugesson complete their test. The second of the Swedish riders that we've seen. We saw Elvira Rosenberg yesterday with Guy. Now Pontus Hugesson, the first of the Swedish team riders. So halfway through the first session of dressage, just over halfway through, 5 of the 9 teams have had their first rider complete their test, and it is the Netherlands, 31.7, Janneke Boonskaya, the individual leader as well, ACSI Champs-Élysées, who lead the way, the United States in second, 34.8, Spain 37.4, Italy 44.2, and then Sweden 46.0 is the provisional score that's just come in for Pontus Hugesson. Still a long way to go though, and it is the traditional the best 3 of 4 scores to count in the Nations Cup competition. So still lots to look forward to over the weekend, and of course we'll have all of the cross-country action for you live on FEI TV tomorrow, and then on Sunday the final show jumping phase. Next to come forwards, the first of the Belgian riders, and actually Belgium, the leaders in the Nations Cup standings. They've been so impressive for the first half of 2023, really building up a brilliant string of young horses and riders. And another podium finish here would put them in a really, really strong position in terms of securing one of those tickets. There's still a good bit of work to be done, but they've got off to a great start. Julien Despontin, the horse Honey Blue, 10-year-old, by Rosenprinz, owned by Didier Hugo. Julien comes forward on this horse that he actually rode in the Nations Cup competition at Harada Pan last year. Went clear cross country there on that occasion. Julien knocking on the door of a senior squad selection. And actually we saw him yesterday with the first of his rides with Cleverman Woff, who sits inside at the top 6, 34.6. Kicked up at the aid there. But, clean transition directly into trot. The walk part of the test. I want to be able to show the difference of the extended walk from the medium walk. And this horse really striding out, looking very consistent in the contact. Extended the frame, big over track. Relaxed as well. change. Nice extended canter. And again, that's the second of those changes. Could have been a little bit more straight. But it was clean. Just looking back at the marks for the walk, did get an 8 for his walk. Well deserved. Definitely a party piece of this horse, I would say. As Julien Despontin looks absolutely delighted with that. And so he should be as well, because we'll put a very, very solid score on the board for the Belgian team. And a very exciting weekend ahead of us for this combination. Julien Despontin and Honey Blue. The score is going to creep closer into the top 5 of the leaderboard, and there was a lot to like from this combination. And I think we could well be about to see a personal best at the level for the horse. Watch this space, it's going to be very, very close to it. As next to come forward, the first of our Austrian riders, Katrin Kodem-Hazrati, Oklahoma 2. See if Julian score 34.6. So very, very solid start. Waiting for that to be confirmed, and it's actually gotten even better. 33.6 into 5th for Julien Despontin and Honey Blue. And that would certainly be very, very close to this combination's best at the 4-star level. Now it is the turn of one of Austria's greatest eventing stars, Katrin Kodem-Hazrati and Oklahoma. Katrin, who we saw yesterday with Florentine, comes forward now with her championship campaigner, owned by Katrin alongside Nico Horf, 13-year-old by Sixtus. Katrin, who has represented Austria at the World Championships in Bretoni last year, but also went to the Olympic Games in Tokyo and has some 3 senior European championships under her belt as well. Oklahoma, 12-year-olds by Sixtus. 13-year-old, I should say. This mare, top 15 in Sopot in the 4-star long format a little bit earlier on this year. Square behind in the whole square in front. tiny little spook just as they came back to the side of the arena. Perhaps extend the frame a little bit more. To be able to see a really clear difference between the extended and the medium. Nice flying change. That's interesting because actually she's going away from the judges in the extended canter there, and there's no judge on the long side of the arena. So Nick Burton will have perhaps seen that from his position at C, but Katarina Konuska at B wouldn't necessarily have been able to see that a huge amount. Gets the flying change back into the half pass right this time. Goes for it in the extended trot. That's the final halt. Austria, one of those teams that have yet to secure qualification for the Olympic Games in Paris. They'll have an opportunity, as will the other European countries that haven't yet secured qualification, of which Spain, Italy and Belgium are among them. They'll have an opportunity at the European Championships in Harada to come in August. And then, of course, the highest placed team that isn't qualified at the end of the season in the Nations Cup standings will also secure a ticket. So that is a really, really big point for those teams competing here this weekend. As we head into the final two riders of this session. And if we go into the next rotation of riders for Spain and the Netherlands, because Poland, also fielding a team here, actually only have 3 team riders, and Austria, they have the 4 team riders.
Good Spanish form coming in here, yes, 6th in the measure, the 3-star short last year, and 4th in the Madrid 3-star long. This time they have 4th star and that 4-star. We wish them well.
So now it is Hans Solo Delamore, Paula Quiza Domingo. The first of the team riders from Spain, Esteban Benitez Valla, scored 37.4, was in 14th. And actually, we've just seen Katrin Kodam-Hazrati, Oklahoma 2, slot in just above him on the leaderboard, 37.1. Sits just outside the top 10. The individual to beat at the moment, Janneke Boonschij, the first of the Dutch team riders. ACSI Champ de Tilleur, 31.7. Martin Boon, the individual from Belgium, Gravin van Cantos, 32.1. Felix Volkijn, 32.5. So now, Hans Solo Delamore, the second of the Spanish riders. Here, Paula Quiza Domingo. First we've seen riding in a double bridle today. Solo Delamore, an 11-year-old by Qatar de Plapé. And actually wouldn't be overly experienced at the 4-star level. Couple of runs under their belt, including at the Nations Cup event in Protoni last spring, which they completed. It was also the test event for the World Championships, not square either in front or behind in the halt. Always makes the rein back a little bit more difficult as well if you're starting out from not being square. It's a horse that's been produced by Paula all through the levels. Water's trailing a little bit in the half pass. Consistent in the contact and the extended walk, but relaxed. Good change. From our angle, looked clean. Not quite straight, but clean. Oh. Oh, having a slight difference of opinion into the half pass, into the extended canter, sorry. And actually that's quite a difficult one to get back because it took up quite a bit of that long side, and actually it doesn't give you a huge amount of opportunity to then show off the extended canter. The transitions marked separately. So at least that part would not be as affected. It's not affecting both marks, or it shouldn't affect both marks. Slight loss of balance there at the beginning of the extended trot. As they salute to our ground jury, trending around the 40 territory, which should see them just slot inside the top 20, the second of our Spanish team riders here in the Nations Cup in Strzegom. Almost at the halfway stage of the Nations Cup series, leg 4 of 9 here this weekend. The series next goes on to France, to Jardy. Very close actually to where the Olympic Games are going to be held, the Palace of Versailles, the eventing in Paris next year. Jardy not too far down the road. That's the 13th to the 16th of July. Avanches in Switzerland plays host to leg 6. That's 20th to the 23rd of July. And then the final 3 legs, Bremont, Arville and Buccolo, completes the series 4th to the 8th of October 2023. Now we welcome Meryl Blom-Hulsman. Meryl, who rides Chinook R. Has long been one of the most competitive riders in Dutch eventing. Trains with Andy Heffernan. Andy, who himself has ridden at Olympic and World Championship level, was part of the Dutch team who took team bronze actually back at the 2014 World Championships in Caen. Meryl, who married husband Jerome last year, welcomed daughter Philippa as well. She has a degree in law. And Chinook are one of the younger horses in her string, just an 8-year-old by Clarkon, owned by Blom Sports Stables. And only the second run at this level for this horse. Actually came here at the end of March for the 4-star, completed on that occasion, and then was 5th in the 3-star in Jardy back in May. But stepping up to the level here again for their second run at 4-star short. Quite square at all in that halt. This horse has a wonderful uphill way of going. Just on occasion needs a little bit more length in the neck. Just trailing a tiny bit in that half pass. Meryl, very elegant rider. Nice transition down into walk. Really taking the contact for that extended walk. Good over track. Picks up the counter transition. Really nice change. I was just going to say it would be very interesting to see this horse's changes, because only an 8-year-old, so having not long stepped up to the level, sometimes you can see horses taking a little bit of time to pick up the changes, but actually Chinook R did that very nicely. Want to jinx the second one. Lost a little bit of balance and straightness coming round the corner, but actually the change came up really well for her. And this is looking a really, really smart test. And actually, the first of our Dutch team riders is out in front, and her teammate is going to be challenging the very top spot as well. Let's see these final couple of movements, because could be a Dutch 1-2. This looks like an absolute superstar for the future. Merrill, who's been the Dutch national champion. Just a little bit unbalanced coming into that final halt, but big smiles, and I think she'll be absolutely delighted with that, and so she should be, because what a really smart young horse this is for the future. Chinook and Merrill Blom-Holzmann challenging for a top placing on the leaderboard as things stand. At 31.7, that's her teammate Janneke Boonskaya, ACSI Champ de Tilleur, the first horse that we saw for the Dutch team that leads the way. Belgian individual Martin Boon and Gravin van Cantos 32.1 in second. But Chinook Merrill Blom-Holzmann is going to be right in the mix here. And a huge amount to like from this combination, because really consistent. Oh, she sneaks in just behind by 0.2 of a penalty, 31.9. Merrill Blom-Holzmann and Chinook see that it is two Dutch flags at the top of the leaderboard. The Netherlands in control at this very, admittedly, early stage of the fourth leg of the Nations Cup series. And Chinook Merrill Blom-Holzmann into second. ACSI Champ de Tilleur, Janneke Boonskaya remain the ones to beat. In third, Gravin van Cantos, Martin Boon, 32.1. Let's just take a quick look at the team standings. It is the Netherlands 63.6 at their two-phase score after two riders, best 304 scores to count. Remember, Spain, the only other team with two riders having done their dressage, 80.3. But we've got a short break now, and we will be back in around 10 minutes time, just over 10 minutes time, for this second of our Italian riders, Pietro Maialino, Cosmo La Riviera, who will be next to go.
Great to have along with us here Janneke Boonskaya for the Netherlands. You've just come out after a tremendous test on the ACSI Champ de Tilleur, a leading test at 31.7. Good for you in there.
Yes, really good. It was a really nice test. The horse felt really good in the warm-up already. And yeah, I come around the arena and he was a little bit spooky, and I thought, okay, relax, and then we go in. And yeah, he was really good, and yeah, lovely test.
He showed up nicely here in April, 10th in the Strzegom 4-star in April, and then a lovely win in Babarovko. This horse is in top order.
Yeah, he's in really top form. Was a lovely win, and yeah, I hope that I can keep it in this direction.
Yes, it looks good. Our owners, HSC Roosendaal and Liek van der Werf, proud owners, are they here?
Yeah, they're really, really proud. They are sadly not here, but they are watching and following us really closely. So yeah, it's so nice to have such good owners, and yeah, it's
Without
nice
owners,
to do it together.
we are not in the game.
No,
To all
no,
the Benoit
definitely not.
owners out there, many,
No.
many thanks.
Yeah.
But they're in very good hands with Yannick. Have you had a walk around the cross-country course?
Oh yeah, and it looks so great. It's such a lovely course and so funny with yeah, a little bit different like what we used to have over here. Some different lines, some different use of the ground and use of the track actually, and it looks so good. And I think it's decent enough, and I think that we have like it's not going to be a dressage competition. So I'm really looking forward to the cross country. Yes.
We're looking forward to your round at Yannick, and the very, very,
Yes.
very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanking you.
welcome you back after the break here in this Strzegom London Nations Cup here in front of our grand jury.
Welcome back to the second day of dressage here in Strzegom for the fourth leg of the 2023 Nations Cup Series. Around the halfway point of dressage, I would say, 53 combinations in total in the lineup. We had all of the individual riders yesterday. Now it is all about those team riders, and we're in the second rotation of team riders, and this is the second Italian combination that we will see today. It is Pietro Mailino, Cosmo La Riviera. Italy's first rider scored 44.2. That was Matteo Luciani, Leopold K in the first phase. Pietro Mailino. Now the second to come forward. Salute to our judges. Wasn't quite immobile in the halt. This horse makes a really striking picture. Throw 25 years of age, or 26 years of age, I should say. One of Italy's young stars. This horse owned by Emilia Guerra. It's actually bred in Italy by Cascari. This combination was 7th in Montelibretti in the Nations Cup a couple of months ago. Scored 32.7, jumped a brilliant double clear, and were the best placed of the Italian combinations on home soil, and helped cheer on his teammates. Wasn't actually in the Nations Cup, but team on that occasion. But obviously a very good result there. Earned him a call up for Strzegom. The clubhouse leader, 31.7. ACSI Champ-de-Tilleur Janneke Boonskaya, who we heard in the break, absolutely delighted with that performance. Oh, didn't quite get the change behind that. Nice half pass, very supple. Just a little bit of straightness just coming out of that turn. Oh my goodness, this horse has a big stride, doesn't he? Good transition back. Better flying change, and actually he was given a 6.5 and a 4 for the first flying change, so as expensive as it could have been. Just caught us trailing slightly in the half pass to the right. See this extended trot. And salute to our ground jury. Quick check of how square he was. Not totally 100% square, but it was a very, very smart test. That was the second of those changes, and it was a really nice change. A lot to like from this combination, and they're going to put themselves well in the mix of the top 10 here. The second of our Italian riders. The best 3 of 4 scores to count. Remember, Pietro Maialino, Cosmo La Riviera, the second of our Italian team riders. And actually, looks like 32.7 is provisionally coming in. So that would be good enough to see him go into 5th on the leaderboard. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. As we now welcome the first of our team riders from Germany. So Germany actually only bringing 3 riders here, as are Poland. So we haven't seen the first of the Polish riders yet either. They'll come forward a little bit later on, but Vanessa Bolting comes forward with ready to go W. This an 11-year-old by Rock Forever, owned by Hubert Hermersmeyer. And actually, they had a good win last time out. Admittedly only in a 2-star in Ostbevern, but finished on their dressage score of 27 on that occasion, and have put in some really good scores in the 20s at the 4-star level, including a 28.6 in the German National Championships in Le Moulin last year. It's a horse that's been produced by Vanessa all the way through his career, and there's been some very, very smart results up the levels as well. Went to Le Lion d'Angers as a young horse, both as a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old. Really rideable. Nice transition down into walk. Lovely extended walk. And the judges in the extended walk really want to see regular steps, but longer. You don't want to go faster, you just want to cover more ground. Picks up the canter transition, and this again is looking like a very smart score. The flying changes will be crucial here. Nice first flying change. Remember, the clubhouse leader is on a score of 31.7. It's absolutely close enough to be in the mix here. Really goes for it in the extended canter, a brave extended canter, and I would imagine she'll be well rewarded for that. Sevens for the first flying change. really nice extended trot, and this is well on track to take over at the top of the leaderboard. Look at that trending score, just dropping below the current leader. We expected a good score from them, and big smiles as they deliver. The first of the German team riders absolutely lays down the gauntlet. We'll see them go to the top of the individual standings. Germany fielding just a team of 3 riders here this weekend, but the first of them has put in a very polished performance in the first phase. And an 8 and a 7.5 for that very impressive extended canter. The extended trot as well picks up another 8. And provisionally 30.1. So that is the new score to beat. Vanessa Bolting for Germany. Fernhill Zorro is next to come down at the centre line with Cassie Sanger. The second of the US combinations, as Vanessa Bolting, ready to go W, confirmed at the top of the leaderboard, 30.1 their total score. So now we turn our attentions to the second of the American riders who have come over especially to compete in the Nations Cup here. Cassie Sanger, just 19 years of age, Cassie. Brilliant opportunity for her to compete over in Europe and rides her own Fernhill Zorro, 15 years of age by Verdi. And this combination have had such good form coming up the levels. They come here having finished 5th in the 4-star short with a double clear in Mexico City in Florida back at the end of March. That was their first run at the 4-star level, but from 16 international starts, actually only ever been out of the top 10 twice, this horse. A double clear machine and can get off to a very good start as well. 31.4 on their only run at the level. Five clear strides in the rein back. Good angle on the shoulder in. First of the American riders, Andrew McConnell, and Ferry's Cello, 34.8. Relaxed walk, just waiting, pick up that canter transition, very accurate. Cassie not giving anything away there. Exuberant flying change. And again, another pretty exuberant flying change that looked to be a little bit close behind. Oh, and just unfortunately dropped out of canter there. It's miscommunication between the two, which was a real shame. Nice extended trot. And very quickly back up to the sevens after those two errors with the flying change and the half pass, but you can see possibly just a little bit disappointed because she knows just how good this horse is and how good their first phase score can be, but she shouldn't be because, as we heard from Janneke Boonstra in the break there, it is not going to be a dressage competition and it is still a very, very good score to put on the board. So Cassie Sanger making her debut for the Land Rover US eventing team in the Nations Cup here this weekend. Look forward to seeing her as the competition progresses, and the US actually on ratings numbers the hot favourites to take the win here in the Nations Cup. 46% win chance using Ratings predictive analytics. Belgium 16% chance in second, and then actually Austria 12% win chance in third. So strong favourites, the US. They've still got two very good combinations to come, and looks like a provisional score of 35.5 for Fernhill Zorro and Cassie Sanger. That sees them in 14th place on the leaderboard. Now though, it is the turn of a combination that we saw actually in Babarusco a few weeks ago. It is Lena Forsberg with Marie Forsberg's Kaizen by Carasini L. They ended up in 9th place in Babarusco, I think, having led the dressage, if memory serves me correctly. Would have been pretty close to the lead. I think possibly second after dressage on a 32.4. So absolutely capable of putting in a very good performance. Lena, talented young jockey, completed Buccolo on the horse back end of last year, finished just outside the top 10. Back end of the year before, I should say, 2021, missed the 2019 season. Lovely square hold. 2, 3, 4. 4 steps of rein back. Test asks for 5. Second of the Swedish team riders. And I'm sure this combination very much on the radar of Swedish chef de keep Fred Bergendorf, who's out there in Strzegom this weekend supporting the Swedish team as they target a couple of the Nations Cup events. They'll be in Jardy as well in a few weeks' time in the middle of July before those European Championships, the second week of August. But Sweden, one of those teams that picked up qualification at the World Championships in Protoni last year. And it means that they can focus fully on preparing their horses and riders, not only for the Europeans, but for Paris. change was clean. They are trending, this combination, to be on track with our leaders. Could be our first sub-30 score. Change happened a stride later than Lena asked for. But it was clean. Goes for it in the extended trot, looking for some big marks. And you can see she is absolutely delighted with that. She says, good boy to Kaizen, because that could be a test that well sees her at the top of the leaderboard. That was the first of those changes. And other than being marked down a little bit for a couple of the changes, they were both actually clean, so she didn't actually suffer too much on the penalty points for them. But plenty of 8s in the test. And I think we're looking at our new leader, Lena Forsberg. Kaizen, the score to beat, ready to go W. Vanessa Bolting on 30.1. It is going to be very, very close. Just waiting for the final score to come in. The harmony of athlete and horse. And we could well see a Swedish flag at the top of the leaderboard. I think it is going to be an equal 30.1. Lena Forsberg and Kaizen put in a very, very good first phase for Sweden. They will done their chances of a championship debut in Haradapan. Absolutely no harm at all there. 30.1. Lena Forsberg and Kaizen equal first, with Vanessa Bolting and ready to go W. So all change at the top of the leaderboard in this second session of dressage, as now we welcome the second of the Belgian team riders, Jarno Verwimp, Kaiber van der Jammerheide. Jarno, who was absolutely sensational a little bit earlier on this season when leading the Belgian team to the top of the podium in the season opener in Montelebretti. Just 22 years of age. Kaiber van der Jammerheide by Casanova, owned by Jarno alongside Joseph Lommelen. Was 6th in Montelebretti in the 4-star long format earlier on this year, because this wasn't actually the horse that Jarno rode in Montelebretti. It was Mahalia, who he went on to finish second on, scored 25.7 in the first phase there. The first leg was won by Leah Siegel, DSP Fighting Line. Kaiber van der Jammerheide went to Mill Street for the Nations Cup and helped the Belgian team to another podium finish with a super double clear. Good angle on the shoulder in. First of the Belgian riders, Julien Despontin, Honey Blue, 33.8. Belgium's second favourites on Echo Ratings data to take the top spot of the podium this weekend. The US, the firm favourites. Marginally tense and actually just anticipating that canter strike off. It's very difficult when you have to pick the horse back up after that walk because they know that something's coming. Second of the flying changes. Nice. Allows the horse to show off his paces in the extended trot, and got a 7 and a 6.5 for the second of those changes. He looks pretty pleased with that. The horse actually scored 36.8 last time out in Mill Street. Would say it's going to be pretty close to one of their better tests at the level. And it's a very solid score on the board for the Belgian team as well, as we wait for it to be confirmed, but should go around the top 15.
Robert Mann, zawodnik pochodzący z składu drużyny austriackiej, a dosiadający 14-letniego oldenburskiego.
Next to go, it will be the second of our Austrian riders, Robert Mandl. Comes forward with Sacré-Cœur, 14-year-olds. Staccato Gold, owned by Robert himself. Combination that actually finished 7th here in the Nations Cup event 12 months ago, and that was actually when Poland took the top spot on the team podium as well. They won the Nations Cup here last year, and this is a combination that have also jumped double clear at the European Championships in Avanches in 2021. And have some great Strzegom form. Were 4th here back in 2021, again in a 4-star long format. And I'm sure Robert very much part of the Austrians team's plans for a European Championships tilt. Poland, of course, who won here 12 months ago. Were ahead of Austria on the podium on that occasion. Poland picked up their qualifying ticket in Babarusko. Lovely stamp of horse. active in his work. Must be a little bit early for that halt. Nice rein back. Good to have had a good angle on the shoulder in there. A horse that is capable of a pretty good score in the dressage. Scored 29.2 last time out, 30.7 here 12 months ago. 30.9, I beg your pardon. 30.1 is the leading score here at the moment. Austria's first team rider was Katrin Kodem-Hazrati, Oklahoma. 37.3 sees them just inside the top 20 at the moment. Good clean change. Ground coverage in the extended canter. Another good change as well. There's a huge amount to like in this test so far. Just push in a couple of eights at the last couple of marks. He is going to be close enough to challenge the leaders at the moment. 30.1. Vanessa Bolting, Lena Forsberg equal. This is going to go pretty close to it. And he looks very pleased with it, as he should. Big pats and big cheers from the Austrian support team, who are absolutely delighted with that first phase from Robert Mandl and Saklaka. It is going to be unbelievably tight at the top of the table. And my goodness, what a weekend we've got in store. All of the cross-country will be shown for you on FEI TV. We'll be live tomorrow with the cross-country over Marcin Konowski's cross-country course. And then on Sunday, the final show jumping phase in this very arena. Eights for his final halt and salute, and that could well see him just sneak ahead of the top two as things stand at the moment. Waiting for one more score to come in. Are we about to have a new leader here? And is it going to be Austria? Yes, it is. 30.0 out in front by 0.1. Sacré-Cœur, Robert Mandl. See Austria at the top of the individual leaderboard. And a brilliant first phase from the second rotation of team riders. As now we turn our attentions to Poland and to the first of their three combinations, just fielding a team of three here this year. Robert Pawala and Rara Castanino.
I 12-letnia Ekla Rara Castanino.
Rode by Cascari and Robin there. Chiara Fabiani is our owner.
Robert, the first of 3 Polish riders, as I say, based in Italy. First rode over in Italy in 1986 at the European Junior Championships. It's a 12-year-old mare by Cascari, owned by Chiara Fabiani. Combination who finished just outside the top 10 with a super double clear here, actually, back in April. Completed Montelibretti 4-star long a little bit earlier on this year as well. Poland, who picked up their qualifying ticket in Babarutko at the Olympic Group C qualifier, which we showed for you live on FEI TV a few weeks ago. Oh, you could almost tell Robert was being very diplomatic in requesting the rein back. And you never quite know what riders can feel underneath them. We obviously get a good picture from watching on, but perhaps felt that he needed to ask quite diplomatically. Relaxed again now. Come into the extended walk. Just confirming Sacre-Cœur has had a slight adjustment to his score with Robert Mandel actually extend their lead slightly, 29.9, so our first sub-30 score is in. The Polish riders in the team, Alicia Tropilo and Julia Gilmeyer. Julia will be the last to go later on this afternoon, 3:15 Central European time, the last horse due to go down the centre line. Nice flying change. Second half of this test, after that slight moment coming out of the rein back, we've just seen that penalty score gradually dropping. And Rara Del Castagno and Robert Powala have completed their test, which takes us to the lunch break. We'll wait to get a confirmed score for them, but not going to challenge the top 3. The leader, Sacre-Cœur, and Robert Mandel for Austria, 29.9, the only combination we've seen go sub-30, ahead of an equal second. Vanessa Bolting ready to go W for Germany, and Lena Forsberg-Kaisen for Sweden, both on 30.1. So that is the podium as things stand at the moment. And the second rotation of team riders have all been, of course, Germany and Poland, who only have 3 in a team, so they'll bring their second rider forward in the next session. But it is the Netherlands out in front, 63.6, ahead of Austria, 67.2, Belgium, 69.8, and the United States of America, 70.3. Best 3 of 4 scores to count, though, so that can all change as the afternoon progresses. And we will be, of course, with you every single step of the way. At 33.3 into 8th for Poland's Robert Pavala and Rara del Castagno. So they sit inside the top 10. And we will be back for the third session of dressage here at 1:15 Central European time for the third Spanish combination. Saxento, Blanca Garcia Vidal will be first down the centre line after the lunch break. Do join us then, because we've got a brilliant afternoon of dressage still to bring you.
Czy już mówiłam, że cię przestaję lubić i już nie będziemy przyjaźnić?
Z nami pierwszy członek polskiej drużyny, Robert Powała. Chciałabym zapytać na początku klasycznie, jak oceniasz ten przejazd na czworoboku, jak się jechało?
No, na pewno był tam jakiś mały czy duży błąd z tego, co mi mówił nasz trener Andreas Dybowski. Jest dużo rzeczy do poprawy, ale był zadowolony i to był czworobok taki dość dobry. Można było zrobić oczywiście lepszy, ale w tej sytuacji wyszło tak.
Bo właśnie, chciałam zapytać też o Twoje konie, bo tak jak wiemy, od wielu lat mieszkasz za granicą i
Tak.
tutaj kibice z Polski może nie tak często mają okazję Ciebie oglądać, także jakbyś mógł nam opowiedzieć w dwóch
Tak.
zdaniach na temat zarówno tej klaczy, która jedzie tutaj Puchar Narodów
Tak.
oraz tego drugiego konia w 4 długich gwiazdkach.
Tak, to są dwie klacze, które ja kupiłem jak miały 6 miesięcy, także mamy dużo lat ze sobą. Zaczęliśmy od początku. Żyję we Włoszech już z 33 lata i kupiliśmy jak były małe i teraz to są praktycznie półsiostry po tym samym ojcu. Praca była długa, ale teraz pomału zaczynamy zbierać rezultaty. Mało w Polsce jestem, dlatego że jest niemało kilometrów. Staram się jeździć jak najczęściej, bo to jednak jest mój kraj i nigdy o nim nie zapomniałem, ale drogi nie jest mało, no, kilometrów jest bardzo dużo i nie wszystkie zawody dam radę dojechać, ale jak przyjeżdżam, przede wszystkim Boborówko, Strzegom, Sopot, gdzie są zawody w dużej randze, staram się zawsze być.
No właśnie, od wielu lat jesteś za granicą, startujesz za granicą. Tutaj w Strzegomiu zawody Strzegom Horse Trials rozgrywamy już od 20 lat.
Tak.
Powiedz nam, jak Ty widzisz rozwój nie tylko tego miejsca, tego ośrodka, ale też ogólnie tutaj zawodów w Polsce, społeczności jeździeckiej w Polsce, jak to odbija się za granicą?
No, widzę, że jest bardzo duża poprawa. Przyjemnie przyjeżdżać, dlatego że jest kultura, że jest takie miejsca jak Strzegom czy inne są zorganizowane na bardzo wysokim poziomie. Technicznym i w ogóle i praktycznym. Jest duża chęć organizowania zawodów nie tylko na takiej randze, ale na randze niższej, gdzie tego brakuje właśnie we Włoszech. Także możemy się szczycić i być zadowoleni, że jest ta kultura, że organizuje się zawody i chce się iść do przodu i poprawiać przede wszystkim co rok coś lepszego, coś innego i także jak moi koledzy z Włoch, których mam tam dość dużo, bardzo chętnie przyjeżdżają do Polski, bo pierwsza odpowiedź to jest organizacja, jest bardzo dobrze zorganizowana.
To powiedz nam jeszcze, jak startuje się w polskiej ekipie, jak nastroje w drużynie, jak współpraca?
No, ekipa jest bardzo dobra, dlatego że wszyscy jeden za drugim, nie ma jakiegoś tam konkurencji, że ten lepiej czy tamten gorzej, wszyscy razem sobie pomagamy. Mamy super technika i zawodnika, nie tylko technika i całą ekipę, który fizjoterapista, oni, jest w ogóle to wszystko tak zorganizowane i na bardzo takim spokojna atmosfera. I wiadomo, mnie przez parę lat nie było w kadrze, bo te konie moje dochodziły do takiego poziomu, ale bardzo się z tego cieszę i bardzo się cieszę, że mogę zaprezentować nasz kraj, bo jestem Polakiem i zostanę Polakiem.
Super, w takim razie gratulujemy dzisiejszego przejazdu.
Dziękuję
i
bardzo.
trzymamy kciuki za Ciebie
Dziękuję
i za całą
bardzo.
ekipę.
Dziękuję bardzo.
It's a great pleasure to have along with the now Jana Verwimp for Team Belgium. Jana, Kaiba van Jobaheide, a 36 test.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually pretty happy. It's not an easy horse to do dressage with, but he's becoming much better, much more consistent, so I'm actually really happy with the test.
We have just a one score under the 30 at the moment as well, and it keeps you a very solid test. And we're looking at an overall picture then for Team Belgium. This all-important qualification for Paris. You're doing very well through the Nations Cup Series. One Montelabretti, second Mill Street, and very good third at Chatsworth. You are well travelled.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing our best, and we have a great team. Actually, we have a lot of individual good four-star riders in Belgium now, so we kind of try to get our qualification through the Nations Cups.
Great going. Have you had opportunity to walk the cross-country track?
Yeah, I did yesterday. Looks amazing as always here in Strzegom. Very technical, so I think it's not going to be a dressage competition anyway.
It never is here, and Martin puts up a real good test, as you say, a technical test, and the team score is going to be all important. There are lots of options there on the track on those combinations, so a fair test of a horse with options.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a good track to either way have a very experienced horse or a younger one to take options or go faster and take the direct route.
Excellent. Look forward to your round, Jana, and keep going with those points for the Nations Cup Series. We will see you in Paris.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jana. Perfect. Good for you. Good idea, Jana.
you back to this excellent live stream coverage.
Welcome back to the second day of dressage here in Strzegom at the fourth Nations Cup event of the 2023 season, as we head in to the final two sessions of dressage. And what a day we have enjoyed so far. I'm just looking at the leaderboard as things stand at the moment, and 29.9, the only sub-30 score that we have had so far. It is Austria's Robert Mandl and Sacre-Cœur who lead the way, ahead of Ready to Go W, Vanessa Bolting and Lena Forsberg-Kaisen for Germany and Sweden, respectively, in equal second on 30.1. Janneke Boonskaya, ACSI, Champ de Tilleur, and Meryl Blom-Holzman, Chinook are the first two of the Dutch riders in fourth and fifth, which sees the Netherlands out in front at this early stage of the team competition. The third rotation of riders now coming forwards and getting us underway. It is the third Spanish rider down the centre line, Blanca Garcia Vidal. Just 24 years of age, Blanca. Saxento, the horse that she brings forward by Cento Libero, owned by Marty Salabez. And a combination who wouldn't be overly experienced at the 4-star level, just two previous starts to their name. Quite straight in the rein back, and having a jolly good look at the flowers on the letter at M. The Spanish team, first two riders, Esteban Benitez via Milana 23, 37.4. They'll be our pathfinders out on the cross country tomorrow. And Han Solo Delamore, Paula Aquiza Domingo, 42.9. So that's the two scores that they have on the board thus far. Extended walk across the diagonal. Just want to keep the consistency in the contact. Horse nicely relaxed. There's not too many people here, but actually that can sometimes make the atmosphere a little bit bigger almost. Plenty of flags blowing in the breeze as well. Ooh, just anticipated the canter strike off, very quickly corrected. Clean change, little bit short behind. Showing a little bit of resistance in the half pass. And the quarters just swing in to the arena, so not quite straight in the extended canter. Penalty score just dropping to around the 40 mark. Just quarters trailing slightly in the half pass. And then let's transition back to trot. And then the extended trot across the diagonal. And a final halt to our ground jury. We'll introduce you to our ground jury again. President from Great Britain at C, Nick Burton, and B, Katarina Konoska from Poland. So huge amounts of experience between the two members of the ground jury. Nick Burton, who's officiated at the very, very highest level, 5 stars championships. And Katarina as well would be one of Poland's leading officials. So the score just looked to have dropped into the sub-40 territory for the third of our Spanish combinations, Blanca Garcia Vidal and Saxento.
Yes, just one test in the 20 so far. One test from Sankar.
As next to come forwards, it is the third of the Dutch riders, Stefan Hazelega. And he rides Gold Rush. Gold Rush, a 12-year-old by Quality Time TN, owned by Stefan, alongside ETH Van Eyck Bahia. Combination that was 7th last time out in Kronenberg. 4-star in the Netherlands. Only stepped up to the 4-star level. Actually, at this very venue here 12 months ago, just under 12 months ago at the August Strzegom. Stefan already had one really good test actually this week. James Bond sits in 12th, 33.9 as a starting score. So a provisional 3-rider score for Spain, 120.2. That is the worst score that they will go into on the cross-country. They have a chance to better it with their final team member. The Netherlands leading after the first 2 team riders, 63.6. So if Stefan could put in a good test here, they will firmly see themselves in the driving seat as things stand, with still one of their most experienced combinations, Sana de Jong and Enjoy, left to come forward in the final session. Lovely square halt. And a 6.5 for the fast movement. 19 different movements on this 4-star dressage test. It's the B test. Very uphill way of going, this horse. Lovely square halt. Quite get 5 steps. Good angle on the shoulder rim. Bit of tension just creeping in there. You can just see the horse stride just getting a little bit tight. And then into the extended walk. And it's very, very difficult to know just how much you can ask for, because Stefan looks like he's riding this very diplomatically. If he gives too much, horse is going to pick up the opportunity to break into trot again. And that does prove expensive when it comes through on the leaderboard. An 8 in there for that halt, right in front of the judges a few moments ago. And a shame about the tension at the beginning of that walk, because actually it finished very nicely. Just was losing the quality of the canter a little bit, almost going into a 4-beat rather than a 3-beat, which meant that the flying change was much more difficult. And actually then that will prove costly to the scores. And again, falls for that flying change, just not able to be quite clean behind. Let's take a look at the second one of them. And again, wouldn't pick up the biggest marks for that. You can see just how much talent this horse has in this phase. And Stefan doing a good job of keeping it all together as they come up the final centre line. And halts in front of our ground jury. So will be a sub 40 score for the Netherlands. Should be pretty close to breaking into the top 20, but as we heard a little bit earlier on, I think it was actually teammate Janneke Boonskaya who said it is not going to be a dressage competition. It is plenty tough enough out there on the cross country, and of course we will have all of the cross country for you live on FEI TV. We will be bringing you all of the action of the jumping phases over the weekend, so we do hope that you will tune in and join us then. Fosco Gerardi next to come forwards. Fosco, the third of the Italian riders. 26 years of age, Fosco. His father represented Italy at the Olympic Games back in 1988 Seoul and 1992 Barcelona. And U40, this 11-year-old mare by Cillian, owned by Fosco himself, was actually produced by Lorenzo Monachesi up to the advanced level. Lorenzo, who was based with Tim and Janelle Price over in the UK. And Fosco's had the ride since the middle of the 2021 season. So not a new partnership. They know each other well enough by now. They were 13th in Marbach in the 4-star. Scored 37.3 in the first phase there. And then top 12 in Montelibretti in the Nations Cup earlier on this year, where they actually were part of the Italian team. Ooh, now this will be really interesting. I think he's going to have given up on the rein back. I think he says, I'll just keep going, not upset her. The halt looked to be a bit of a challenge when they first came down the centre line, actually, because she didn't want to stand still. And it showed that again. Be interesting to see how the judges mark this. It'll certainly be expensive enough for them. But sometimes you have to judge whether you want to take that risk or whether actually you're better not to upset the apple cart and to move on. And indeed, a 1 and a 3 from the judges for the halt, and then 2 zeros from the judges for the rein back because the manoeuvre not performed. So unfortunately that will be costly for the score. But the important thing in dressage is if it doesn't go to plan, you've got to just put it behind you, because each movement comes up so quickly. And actually really good judging, because Nick Burton judge at C 7.5 for the half pass, the 1 for the halt that came in, a 0 for the rein back, which didn't happen, but then straight back on his 7s for the shoulder in right. And ultimately, you've got to judge each movement. The judge is so good at knowing where each movement starts and ends. And the riders, that's why it's so important that they know their test. She's got lovely big paces, this mare. And if it hadn't been for the small blip in the walk or the halt and the rein back, this would be a much more different score. Bit of a puff of the cheeks, and Fosco, Gerardi and Eufori have completed their test here in Strzegom. A huge amount to like with this test, some good scores in there as well, just unfortunately paying the price for the difficulty in the halt and the rein back. And the extended trot at the end, one of the highlights of the test, certainly for me, and well marked by our judges as well. A score in for Gold Rush, Stefan Hazeleger, 38.0, which gives the Dutch team a team score of 101.6 with one rider still to go. Next to come forwards, it is the second of the 3 German riders in the German team, Joanna Mahler. Joanna, 23 years of age. Crazy Carlotta, the horse she rides, an 11-year-old that she owns herself by Crazy Classic. And it is a second run at 4-star level for this combination. They actually went to Marbach in Germany for their debut. And were clear cross country. 5.6 time penalties after a 34.5 in the dressage, but unfortunately didn't get through the second horse inspection in the following morning. They chose to withdraw, so we'll be looking for a first 4-star completion here. Joanna, who has spent some time over in England last season, did a number of events on the British circuit, including a top 10 finish at South of England in the 3-star. Top 25 at Cornbury Park as well, always a hugely competitive event. making a good first impression on our judges. Germany, their first team rider, 30.1. So certainly well in the mix here. Obviously just fielding the 3 riders, so all 3 scores are going to have to count. Nice halt. Good rein back. See that medium walk go into the extended walk. Really good ground cover, extension of the frame. Just want to keep the contact. The extended walk different to a free walk on a long rein. Lovely pickup into the transition to canter. 7s across the board for the extended walk. Good flying change. Some really nice marks coming in for Joanna Mahler. Crazy Carlotta. An 8 and a 7.5 for the first of those flying changes. And this could well be on track to challenge the leader. 29.9, remember, is the score to beat. So waiting for these final few marks to come in. She's smiling as she gives her final salute, and so she should be, because that was a very, very smart test from this young combination. A brilliant opportunity for them this weekend, and that was the first of those flying changes. Really nicely done. Just waiting for the final score to come through. Put an 8 in there for the extended trot as well. And this is going to be our new leader. It is just going to be a question of how close to the top is she. Because Joanna Mahler and Crazy Carlotta have just put Germany in a very, very strong position in terms of the team competition. They're a young German team here this weekend. But there it is, a confirmed score, 29.3. Crazy Carlotta, Joanna Mahler go to the top of the leaderboard. Germany, first and third at the moment. They still have 1 team rider left to go, and of course only fielding the team of 3 this weekend. So now it is the turn of the third combination from the United States of America. It is Jenny Karras. Jenny comes forward with Trendy Fernhill. It's an 11-year-old Irish bred by Arswiv Ondi. owned by Elise Eisenberg. An accommodation that have had some good results up the levels, including a top 20 finish in Jersey Fresh at the 4-star back in 2021. Had a couple of wins over the last 12 months, including a very impressive 23.3 in the first phase and a 3-star earlier on this year. A brilliant opportunity for the young American athletes to come over and compete here in Strzegom. The first time the US have had a team here in Strzegom for some 10 years or so. Led by Leslie Law, who coaches and mentors the under-25 and developing riders on the USCF Emerging Athlete Programme. And some really nice scores coming in at the early part of Jenny's test. The riders that have come over from the US, a couple of them making their Nations Cup debut, all have been able to do so thanks to the United States Equestrian Team Foundation, which awarded the Karen E. Stives Endowment Fund grant to allow them to take up the opportunity of travelling the horses over to Europe. And then the riders are going to spend the next week or so watching their teammates in Aachen for the SAP Cup, coverage of which will be available on Clip My Horse. Really nice canter transition. Good flying change. We've just seen a new leader. Jenny Karras is on track to take over the top spot again. Still a little way to go, but this is a big test from this combination. Really goes for it in the extended canter, and I think will be awarded with some good marks for that into the second of these changes. Not as good as the first one, unfortunately. .29.3 is the leading score, remember. Joanna Mahler, Crazy Carlotta for Germany. Lovely extended trot. Jenny based in Georgia, a 5 and a 4 for that last flying change, so it's a little bit expensive, but is still trending sub 30, and I think that is going to be very, very close. She's looking over at the scoreboard, Jenny Karras, to huge cheers from the watching US audience. Is going to be well in the mix going into the jumping phases, and that is a brilliant score that will be on the board for the US team. The US team who come in here this weekend as the hot favourites to stand atop the podium. The extended trot there, picking up a 7.5 from President of our ground jury, Nick Burton. Pretty close to the 30 barrier. I don't think she's going to quite sneak in front of Joanna Mahler, but she's going to be very, very close. Jenny Karras, the third of our US team riders, Trendy Fernhill, have completed their test. And 30 exactly, so 30.0 into a podium position, into third, goes behind Crazy Carlotta Joanna Mahler, behind Robert Mandel and Sakla Kerr, and ahead of Vanessa Bolting and Lena Forsberg. So into third for Jenny Karras. That's a big test for the American team, and actually sees the American team sneak ahead of the Netherlands, both with one rider left to go. 100.3 will be the worst score that the US can take forward to the cross country, and they've still got Caroline Pamucciu and HSH Blake left to go. Now though, it is the next of the Swedish riders. Aria Ramkali. Aria comes forward with Flanders, the horse that actually she took to Le Lion d'Angers to the Young Horse World Championships as a 6-year-old. 9-year-old by Diamantino, owned by Aria alongside Sarah Ramkali. And a debut at the level for this combination. And a first 4-star start for Aria as well. So we wish her the very best of luck. Always a huge moment in any rider's career. Highest placed Swedish rider thus far, Lena Forsberg Kaisen, equal for 30.1. At a square halt in front of President of the Ground Jury Nick Burton, the gentleman with the sunglasses on. A little bit rushed in the rain back. Easy transition down into the walk. Want the contact in the extended walk to remain consistent. You could see, got in a little bit of a muddle and actually changed behind and not in front for a couple of strides. Normally we see with a flying change that in front, the front legs change before the hind legs. That's the most common error. But actually just got in a little bit of a pickle and the hind legs changed and the front legs just took a couple of strides to catch up. Much nicer way of saying it would be early behind or early in front, but not quite. See how this one is. Oh, and again, you could almost just see whether the horse gets a little bit anxious about them, and you could just see they lost the quality of the canter slightly going into the flying change, which makes it a bit tricky, but really trying hard to please. And doing flying changes in the middle of a test is always very, very different to doing it outside of an arena. And this is a horse only a 9-year-old, first time at the level, so possibly even a little bit surprised that the changes have come up in the test, because it would have been the first time, most likely, that they would have been doing the changes in a test environment. And a final halt. Quick look at the scoreboard. And actually did a really good job to keep a lid on this horse, because you can just see she had a really, really big, bright look round everything that was going on. But a debut at the level, and a lot to like from Aria Ramkali and Flanders for Sweden, the third of our Swedish riders. So they're going to end up inside the top 25. We'll confirm details of their score when it comes through. But Aria and Flanders have finished their test. So if you're just tuning in, then a very, very warm welcome to you. It is Germany out in front of the individual leaderboard. Crazy Carlotta and Joanna Mahler, 29.3 the score to catch. Sacre-Cœur and Robert Mandel for Austria, second on 29.9, and Jenny Karras, Trendy Fernhill, 30.0 into third at the moment. Now though, we turn our attentions to Tina Magnus. Tina, who works at home on her family farm in Belgium, splits her time between the horses and the farm itself. Champagne PSE, the horse that she brings forward by Chablis, owned by Gertz Mason, 15 years of age. And actually, Combination, who came over as part of the Belgian team to Chatsworth in England for the Nations Cup event there, and put in a really, really good performance in tough enough conditions, to be fair. It had been pretty wet. The ground was quite soft out on the cross-country course, and the Belgians did brilliantly to take third on the podium behind France, who topped it, and Great Britain, who finished second at their home Nations Cup leg, finishing in 13th, 31.1 their first phase score on that occasion. And the Belgian team have been really targeting this Nations Cup series. And so far, it's served them very well, because they top the leaderboard, 270 points clear of Italy in second, the Netherlands back in third. It's a Combination actually won the Nations Cup in Arville last year. A number of the horses actually that are in today's field on that occasion. Champagne PSE, a horse that actually went to of Junior European Championships and a Young Rider European Championships with Loreen Tice. Some nice marks at the early part of their test. Remember, the leader 29.3. Stayed lovely and relaxed until asking for the canter transition. Really nice change. Made it look very easy. half pass to the left. And very clear transition back from that extended canter. Change done and dusted. Up the final centre line. Lovely square halt to finish. So Tina Magnus and Champagne PZ, the winners of the Nations Cup in Arville last year, and the third of the Belgian team riders, will have put a very solid score on the board, likely to sit just around the top 10. At the moment, just the mistake in the second of those flying changes, which brought their score down slightly. Otherwise, really consistent throughout the rest of their test. So waiting for that score to be confirmed, and we'll be able to give you a provisional score for the Belgian team, who are likely to just sneak ahead of the Netherlands, actually. We have still got, of course, that last rotation of team riders, and that does make all the difference because it is the best 3 of 4 scores to count. So Champagne PZ and Tina Magnus wait for details of their time. As next to come forward is Harold Ambrose, one of Austria's most experienced riders. Harold, who juggles his eventing alongside his dentistry career. And he comes forward with Mountbatten too. Harold actually rode this horse at the World Championships in Protoni last year. It has been to some 6 European Championships, 3 Olympic Games as well, and then another 2 World Equestrian Games. He's just been a stalwart of the Austrian team. 43 years of age. This horse by Mount Etna, owned by Harold himself, 13 years of age. Was 7th here in the 4-star long format earlier on this year. And 5th in the Nations Cup here 12 months ago. Lovely square halts, and actually he takes the time to really show Nick Burton and Katarina Konoska just how square it was. Harold's part of the Austrian team who were on the podium here actually in the Nations Cup last year, finished in 3rd. It was Poland who won, then the Netherlands in 2nd, and Austria in 3rd. And he scored 33.7 here 12 months ago. He's trending to better that so far today. Just possibly anticipated that the canter transition was coming. Change came through. Can't quite see from this angle, but possibly a little bit short behind. A one-time change that was a little bit unscheduled, which he will be marked down for. Unfortunately. And just losing a little bit of balance up the centre line. Lovely extended trot. And again, almost anticipated the halt a little bit too early. But Harold corrected him. And they finished their test. So trending around the mid-30s, Harold Ambrose and Mountbatten 2. Really went for it in this extended canter. Scoring for Champagne PSE and Tina Magnus 32.1, so actually the highest placed of the Belgian riders so far. And we'll see the Belgian team go on to a score of 101.9 after 3 riders, but of course they still have 1 more to go, so that can all change.
They have just the 3 runners in their team. No score across the team Poland.
As next to come forward, Alicia Tropilo and Karasina. Poland, the second of the Polish team riders, because Poland and Germany both only bringing 3 riders forward to the competition. So, Alicia, 22 years of age. Karasina, 11-year-old grey mare by Karauzi, owned by Jakob Tropilo. And looking for their first completion at the 4-star level. Made a start here 12 months ago. Unfortunately, things didn't go to plan cross country, but 41.9 in the first phase. Would be trending around that 40 barrier into the late 30s as well. Last to go before the final break of the day, and then we welcome the final rotation of team riders. 9 teams competing in this Nations Cup event. One of the biggest that we've seen so far this season. That's the halt. Quite 5 steps of rein back. And now just having a little bit of resistance in the shoulder in. See real lengthening of the frame in the extended walk. Just taking the contact back up. Now this flying change comes up very quickly. Late behind. Good impulsion into the extended canter. And again, didn't quite get that flying change. So she got 2 4s for the first one. I would imagine it probably similar for the second. But still. Just coming to the end of her test, the second of our riders from Poland. Katarzyna, ridden by Alicia Tropilo. And big puff of the cheeks, take a breath. A Nations Cup debut for Alicia is well underway. So, end of the third session of dressage here. Let's take a look at the leaderboard in terms of the individual standings. It has been all change with Joanna Mahler and Crazy Carlotta taking over the top spot, 29.3. Robert Mandel, Saklaka, 29.9, goes into second. Jenny Karras slots into the leaderboard. Trendy Fernhill, 30.0 in third, but less than 2 seconds behind our leader. In terms of the team standings of the 2 teams actually that haven't yet sent their final team rider, Germany and Poland both fielding 3 riders. So Germany actually on 59.4, so very, very well placed, admittedly with 1 more score to count, but they are going to be one of the biggest challenges to the top of the leaderboard when that third rider does go a little bit later on, especially considering it is Sophie Loeb, Sweetwater Ziathan, TSF, who are a very, very good combination. So look out for them. United States of America, though, the first of the teams that have got 3 riders on the board, 100.3, they lead the way. Netherlands hot on their heels, 101.6. Belgium 101.9, then Austria 103.5 in fourth. So it is unbelievably tight in terms of the team leaderboard in the Nations Cup standings here, and the final rotation of riders will be coming up after this short break at 2:23. So Just over 10 minutes time, Gonzalo Blasco-Bottas, the last of the Spanish riders, Marlango de Pomers, will get us underway. And it is going to be all change, no doubt, on the team and the individual leaderboard. So do join us again. We'll be back in a little over 10 minutes. You won't miss a thing.
Delighted to be joined here in the FEI Nations Cup Strzegom, with Kai-Stefan Meyer, chef to keep for Team Belgium. And we've just seen Tina Magnus finishing a lovely test there, putting Belgium right up there again in a very close third. 101.9 is your team total with 3, and Karen still to come. Karen Donker still to come.
Yeah, that's right, and I think so far they've all delivered a good test, and so far all is running according to the plan, I would say, and with Karen still to come, I think it normally should be another good test, and but I mean, it's not over, it's just dressage.
Tomorrow another day, of course it is, and we know a strong test. You've had a good walk around the track, a good strong test there tomorrow, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real proper track. It's a real proper four-star track, and there's a lot of options out there where you can maybe go a slightly easier route, but you will pay it with the clock. So I think it depends also a lot on tactics in the teams to say, okay, how much risk you will take, and I think it'll be interesting.
Kai, this is a team sport in the Nations Cup, and you have been to Montelibretti. You won the Nations Cup there. You went to Mill Street, Ireland. I hope we looked after you in Mill Street. What a venue! And you finished a very good second. Third at Chatsworth. You are very good. Your top points in the Nations Cup series. Bonding of a team together, travelling to all these places together, must be a huge advantage as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a lot of work and a lot of resources that go into this project Nations Cup. But yeah, absolutely. I think for the team it's great. We're really enjoying that, and it's easy to enjoy it if you're good. And so far, yeah, we had 3 very good Nations Cup podium finishes and a win in Montelibretti to kick the season on. So it was so far, a lot of fun.
Good. And Europeans still to come. 2 spaces, of course, are available for the Paris qualification in the Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. It's our first even bigger milestone this year is to try to get one of these 2 spots. And I think it's important to have this backup of the Nations Cup series because we all know how quick things can go wrong on a championships. We saw it last year in Pratoni with France and Australia, who were medal winners in Tokyo and then didn't finish a team. So I think it's... I mean, we're really looking forward to Le Pen and to bring a good team there and enjoying in the meantime the Nations Cup.
Kai, we love having you here, but we miss Lara, the Leidekerkenmeyer. Where is Lara?
Well, Lara was the 2 horses last week in Le Moulin and will be with another one next week in Aachen. So for once she's at home, and although Strzegom is kind of a second home, I'm sure she will be back another 1 or 2 times this year.
Look forward to that. Kai, Stefan Meyer, chef to keep for Team Belgium. Many, many thanks and the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
już tylko minuta pozostała do zakończenia przerwy. Ostatniej przerwy w próbie ujeżdżenia konkursu klasy 4 gwiazdek, konkursu, w ramach którego rozgrywany jest Puchar Narodów. We wszechświatowym konkursie konia wierzchowego Puchar Narodów, w którym oglądamy 9 drużyn. Pozostało nam już tylko 9 przejazdów. Już teraz na główną arenę, na którym rozstawiony jest człowiek, wjechał Gonzalo Blasco, potem z Hiszpanii i Marlando de Tomé. A jeszcze raz przypomnę, że...
Welcome back to the dressage here on the final phase. Final session of the first phase, I should say, of leg 4 of the Nations Cup Series in Strzegom. Gonzalo Blasco-Botin, Marlango de Pomez, the last of the Spanish riders to come forward. Spain currently on a score of 119.9. The highest of those dressage marks, 42.9. So anything less than 42.9 for Gonzalo Blasco-Botin will improve their team position.
The last team members are out to play. Now for Spain, Gonzalo Blasco-Botin, here.
Gonzalo comes forward with Marlango de Pomez, a 10-year-old owned by Marta Botin, by Grand Zeus van der Priesenhoven. 8th in Sopot in the 4-star short a little bit earlier on in April, and actually went to Montelibretti in Italy and finished on the podium in 3rd in the 3-star long format. So only stepped up to 4-star level this year. Gonzalo did actually have a couple of other horses in Montelibretti, but wasn't on the Spanish Nations Cup team on that occasion. Square in front, just not quite behind. Gonzalo, whose mother has actually represented Spain in eventing too. Remind you of the leaderboard as things stand. 29.3 is the score to beat Crazy Carlotta. Joanna Mahler for Germany. Sacre-Cœur, Robert Mandel, 29.9 in second. Trendy Fernhill, Jenny Harris, 30.0 in third. So just the two sub-30 scores at the moment in this final rotation of team riders. So we'll be able to give you the updated provisional team scores. Best 3 of 4 team members. 2 teams, Poland and Germany, just fielding a team of 3, so their final team riders come forward in this session. Good over track. Nice and relaxed as well. There's not too many crowds watching, but there's a surprising atmosphere around the arena. Almost less people makes it more atmospheric because you're aware of everything going on. Good change. Could have been a little bit straighter, but it was clean. And late behind, unfortunately, for the second change. A 6.5 and a 7 for the first of them. It certainly looks like a test that's going to be improving the Spanish team score. As he comes into the final halt and salutes our ground jury. Big pats for Molango de Pomez. This gelding, 10 years of age, was trending around the mid-30s, so will definitely improve the Spanish team score. But it isn't going to be enough to see them challenge for a podium position after dressage, I wouldn't say. Don't forget, we've still got all of the jumping phases to come throughout the weekend tomorrow. The cross-country, and word is that the cross-country is tough, it is technical, the time is going to be influential as well. Kai Stefan Meyer was talking to Chris Ryan in the break and was giving us an insight into just what is in store out there. As now we welcome the anchor rider for the Dutch team. It is Sanne de Jong and Enjoy. It's the 14-year-old mare by Cartano, owned by Janssen van Zon, alongside Sanne herself. And Sanne actually was part of the Dutch team here that took second in the Nations Cup 12 months ago here in Strzegom. In fact, all 4 Dutch riders who were on the team 12 months ago returned, a few different horses among them, but the riders remain the same. As the score confirmed for Gonzalo Blasco Botan, Molango de Pomez 34.4 into 16th. That gives the Spanish a team score of 111.4, and that is their total score. So now Sanne de Jong, the Netherlands, on 101.6 with their first 3 riders. The score they'd like to drop is a 38.0. So anything better than a 38 from Sanne de Jong will see their team score improve and potentially move them up the team leaderboard in this final rotation of riders. So they're relying on one of their most experienced combinations. Sanne, who has been a regular on Nations Cup teams over the last few years, but also went to the World Championships on this horse last year in Bretoni and went to the Europeans in Avanche in 2021. They were top 15 at Babarusco in the 4-star short there, just outside the top 10 in Montelibretti in the 4-star long format actually at the beginning of the year as well. So plenty of experience at the level. And you can see that penalty score is certainly looking to be competitive. They've been down at 28.1 in the first phase at the 4-star level. So if they could deliver that today, they would be taking over at the top of the table and they would be giving the Netherlands a really, really strong counting score. Lovely extended walk, very relaxed, consistent in the contact, showing good extension of the frame. Marginally early for the canter transition. Sometimes you're better if it's offered to pick it up and go with it. I'd say late behind in the change. We'll wait for the judges' marks to confirm if they saw what I think I saw. But that would be expensive enough. Lovely quality in the canter work. That change was better. And 2 6s for the first flying change. So we'll go with the judge's opinion over mine. Big extended trot. And this is still going to be pretty close to challenging for the lead here. 29.3 is the score to beat. And a fist pump. She thinks that actually that is a test that could put her well in the mix, and she is absolutely right. Sanne de Jong, the anchor rider for the Dutch team, delivers in the first phase. The Dutch team currently sitting in third in the Nations Cup team standings. Big points on the board this weekend would be massively important for them. One of the nations still bidding for Olympic team qualification. Their 2 opportunities are either the European Championships, there'll be 2 team spots on offer at the Europeans for teams that have yet to qualify, or indeed the highest placed unqualified team in the Nations Cup series. So big weekend for them, just waiting for that final score to come through. But it will see, oh, very close, 29.4, goes into second by 0.1. Sanne de Jong, Enjoy, slot into second behind Crazy Carlotta, Joanna Mahler, who lead the way, 29.3, and Sacre-Cœur, Robert Mandel, 29.9 in third. So what does that do for the Dutch team score? 93.6. That is now the score to beat. And they're going to be pretty tough to go ahead of in the first phase. 93.0. The most likely team to go ahead of them at this stage would certainly be Germany, but they've put themselves in a great position for the rest of the competition. Now it is the turn of the final Italian combination. Emiliano Portale and Scuderia 1918 Future. Emiliano, who rides for the Italian Armed Forces. Lovely halt. And this is a horse that actually was campaigned by Pietro Grandis. So a new ride for Emiliano in the winter by Fetcher N, owned now by Scuderia 1918. And they've had 3 international runs together, this combination. They've not been out of the top 6, including 6th in Babruzco in the 4-star long format, which importantly gets them a qualifying result to be eligible for selection for the Italian team for Harada for the Europeans. And I'd imagine that it would be pretty likely, particularly if there's a good result this weekend, that we'll see them on that squad. Angle in the shoulder in. Good shot there of seeing them on the 3 tracks. Scored 32.8 in their only run together at this level. The horse has been down as low as 28.2 at the 4-star level of competition. That was Pietro Grandis. Italy on a team score of 119. Anything better than a 44.2 will see their score improve. Nice pick up into the canter transition. Goes for it in the extended canter. Much better change this time. Got a 6 and a 4 from their first change. Really active extended trot, and Emiliano quite brave with what he's asking from the horse. Hopefully will be rewarded with some good marks for it as well. And the salute to our ground jury. So the Italian team score will improve. The question is, how much will it improve by? An 8 in for that extended trot from President of our ground jury, Nick Burton. And this was a real highlight of the test for me. Wonderful expression on this horse's face as well. Looked to be thoroughly enjoying his work. And we wait for that score to come in. So Scuderia 1918 future Emiliano Portale should sit just outside the top 10. As next to come forwards, it is Sophie Loeb. Sophie, one of Germany's brightest young stars. Looking for her first senior call-up. But this the horse that she took the 2020 Young Horse World Championship title for 7-year-olds on, Sweetwater's Zyathan. By Abertans, owned by Sweetwater Stud. And a horse that is capable of producing some really good scores in the first phase. Didn't see a huge amount of him in 2021, but has had a good number of wins. This a 4-star debut though, and it's a long-awaited 4-star debut. They were second in Babarithco last time out in the 3-star. Sophie, who's a former Buccolo winner with J'adore Moi, and actually was second in the long format 4-star here with J'adore Moi the back end of last year. Stallion. Some nice marks at the early part of their test. Sophie, very good at presenting the test to the ground jury. And interestingly, if she scores less than 33.6, they will overtake the Netherlands in terms of the team score. Germany only have 3 riders, so they've only had 2 scores on the board so far. 33.6, or less than 33.6, I should say, would see them go ahead of the Netherlands. We've still got the next of the American combinations to come forward. That'll be Caroline Pamucciu and HSH Blake who are next in. Good change. Lovely, bold, extended canter. Imagine that would score pretty well. And a 6 for the first flying change. And I'd imagine she'd get very similar for the second as well. Two 7s. And so far, it's been a clear round in the dressage, so to speak. Little abrupt into the halt, but Sophie Loib and Sweetwater Zayathan, a former 7-year-old young horse world champion, making a long-awaited 4-star debut, are going to put Germany in the driving seat as things stand, because they will go ahead of the Netherlands and they will lay down the gauntlet for the United States to come and catch them if they can. We've still, of course, got a very competitive combination from Belgium in Karen Donkers and Liepheimer van der Verhoef. But that is a very, very good test from Sophie Loib and Sweetwater Zayathan. Not going to quite challenge the lead, but I think going to see them go into around 4th place. Waiting for that to be confirmed on the leaderboard as we hit the halfway stage in this final session of dressage. As next to come forward, it is Caroline Pamucciu, formerly Caroline Martin, married new husband Dennis over the winter. Dennis, who's been a big, big supporter of Caroline's over the last few years, has been based over in England with her last year. She spent some time training with Pippa Funnell, really reassessed her whole programme. And she's got a really, really nice team of horses at home. And this horse is certainly one of them. HSH Blake, top 10 individually at the Young Horse World Championships in Le Lion d'Angers last year. Were 3rd on their debut at the level, at advanced level, at 4-star level, earlier on this spring. So this only their 2nd run at 4-star. They scored 28 point something on each of their last 3 international tests. If they can score 28 point something today, they would go into the lead individually. Sweetwater Zayathan, Sophie Loib, 30.0 confirmed into 4th. HSH Blake is a horse that has really impressed as he's gone up the levels. And you can see the school of Pippa Funnell with the halt coming together there. And Caroline makes sure she takes every moment to show that very square halt off to the judges. If you've got a square halt and you're stood right in front of them, you want to milk it for as much as you possibly can. And 8s she's been rewarded with. Caroline, who's been one of the beneficiaries of the United States Equestrian Team Foundation Caroline Stives Endowment Fund grant that's enabled the US team to come over here. They've brought 4 really exciting combinations, and then they're going to go and spend the week in Aachen as well, cheering on their teammates. The US building so much strength and depth in their team. The team silver medalists from the World Championships in Protoni last year. And this is looking to be a really, really smart test from this combination. Had plenty of 8s and 7.5s at the early part of her test. Going to pick up huge marks perhaps for the first flying change. Lovely big extended canter, very bold. And a clear transition back. 2 5s for the flying change, but there's a whole host of 8s in there as well. And actually a little bit late in front, I think, that time. But should still be on track to go out in front here. And we could well see some big marks coming in from the last couple of movements as well. So, are the US team going to put the pressure on? Lovely square halt to finish, and she looks very, very pleased with that. So she should be, because Caroline Pamuchku, on her first visit to Strzegom, is looking likely to take over the top of the leaderboard. Huge cheers from the crowd. The owner of this horse, Molly Hoff, Sherry Martin as well, but Molly, a huge, huge supporter of Caroline's, and so sad not to be out there supporting them in Strzegom this weekend. I'm sure they're watching from home. And Caroline waiting on her score, but should see a new leader at the top of the table. So what does that do in terms of the team leaderboard? Well, Germany 89.3. That is confirmed with their 3 team riders, Sophie Loeb and Sweetwater Zayathan. 29.9 is their revised score, so actually 89.3. It looks like the United States of America slot into second, 92.9. And 28.1, Caroline Pamuchku and HSH Blake sees the US team in second. The Netherlands 93.0 in third. So the Belgian team still have a fourth team rider to go, could improve upon that 101.9, but not sure they're going to quite be able to challenge the lead of Germany. Would take certainly something very, very special. Now it is the turn of the 4th Swedish rider, and it is Frida Anderson. Frida rides Stonehaven's Baby Blue. Frida, who represented Sweden at the World Championships in Bretoni last year with Box Leo. Also numerous Europeans up through the pony young rider age group classifications, and then also went to the Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. So Sweden, their best placed combination, Lena Forsberg, Kaisen 30.1. And the team score 113.5. Anything better than 46.7 will see their team score improve. Nice transition down into the walk. Just could be a little bit more consistent in the contact. Relaxed. I spoke too soon. I was going to say relaxed as she comes back for the counter transition. I just looked for a second like they were going to pick up the wrong canter lead, and I thought she'd just caught it. But unfortunately, slight miscommunication, but a good clean flying change. So the final Swedish rider, Stonehaven's Baby Blue, ridden by Frida Anderson, comes to her second flying change and again gets it. So we'll be improving the Swedish score as things stand. Up the final centre line. And Stonehaven's Baby Blue, just a 9-year-old this mare by Bon Mahon Master Blue. Owned by Johansson on Andres. And will complete with a mid-30s score. We'll confirm that for you when it does come through. Just picking up there, though, clarification and confirmation that HSH Blake, Caroline Pamuchku, one of only a couple of 8-year-olds in the field, out in front, 28.1. A superb test from Caroline, and puts the US team well in contention as well. Germany out in front in the Nations Cup team standings at the moment, 89.3. Ahead of the US 92.9, then the Netherlands 93.0. Belgium still have their fourth team rider to come, and here she is, Karen Donkers and Leipheimer van ter Verehoff. So Karen looking to produce a score better than 36 to improve upon their team position. And no better lady to rely on under pressure. She has been the absolute linchpin of Belgian eventing over the last 30 years or so, it would be fair to say. Made her international debut back in 1992. Has a whole host of championship appearances. Crotone at the World Champs last year, but also she's been to every World Equestrian Games since 1994. That makes it 8 of them if you include Protoni as well. She's been to almost every European Championships as well, going back to 1993, just missing 1 year in 1999. And let's just add 6 Olympic Games into the mix as well. One of the sport's most decorated riders. And Leipheimer van der Verehoff, very much the horse that I'm sure she will be looking forward to a potential spot on the Paris Games. 5th last time out in Oudcaspel in the 4-star. 6th in Linear in the 4-star long at the back end of last year. Lovely square halt. And 5 steps in the rein back. That makes me very happy to see. It's a horse that's been as low as sort of 26.7 in the first phase at this level. Very relaxed into the walk. Very consistent in the contact. 28.1, remember, HSH Blake, Caroline Pamuchku is the score to beat. Easily picks up the canter transition. And gets the change. Picking up quite as many 7.5s and 8s as Caroline Pamuchku was, although so far it's been a test of no errors. We could well see her creep down below sub 30. Certainly be improving the Belgian team score. It's Karen Donkers and Leipheimer van der Verehoff, the final combination for the Belgian team. Have done all they can do in the first phase. Huge Belgian support staff out to cheer her on. The other riders having completed their test a little bit earlier on, and Belgium have put a lot of time and resource into the Nations Cup series this year. Kai Stefan Meyer, who leads the team as chef de keep, has been very, very cool with his strategic planning, looking at how he can give the team the best possible opportunity for a ticket to the Paris Olympic Games. They didn't qualify
końcowej klasyfikacji.
out in Protoni last year.
Tylko 30,7%.
But they would certainly fancy their chances coming into the Europeans in just a few months' time, and also, of course, as current leaders in the Nations Cup series, they're going to be well placed again here after dressage. Let's take a look at that score for Karen Donkers. She's going to be around the 30.6 territory, and that's going to see Belgium move within a couple of rails of our leaders after dressage at the moment. Germany 89.3. Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P next to come forwards. But we'll just remind you of those team scores. Germany lead the way, 89.3, ahead of the United States, 92.9. So within a rail. The Netherlands in third, also within a rail, or 10 seconds on the cross country. Across 3 riders, or 4, that isn't a lot. 93.0 in third. Belgium 96.6 is their provisional score, as Liepheimer van der Verhoef score just waiting to be confirmed. So 2 combinations left to go in the dressage, and now it is the turn of Leah Siegel. Leah, the final rider for Austria, one of their brightest young stars as well, just 24 years of age. Hard to believe she hasn't been around longer than that, because DSP Fighting Line, the horse that she's perhaps most well known for, has taken her to a World Championships and to an Olympic Games. She was top 15 individually in Tokyo with DSP Fighting Line, top 25 at the World Championships in Protoni, and this horse she actually rode at the European Championships in Avanches in 2021 and at the Young Rider Europeans in 2019. She was 16th in Avanches. What can they do here this weekend? DSP Fighting Line, I think we will see at Aachen next week. Van Helsing P, a 13-year-old by Van Gogh, owned by Harold Siegel. And a combination that come here, having won the 4-star long format in Montelibretti a little bit earlier on this year, gives her a wonderful second string to her bow. And actually will have picked her up huge Olympic ranking points as well, which Austria haven't got a team qualified, so potentially there are individual spaces on offer. Looking very, very cool at the early part of their test. And a reminder, the leader 28.1, Caroline Pamuchku and HSH Blake. Let's have a look at the Austrian team. They're on 92.9. Anything that drops 37.3 will improve their team score. So 92.9, including Leah's trending score at the moment, should be said. So anything below 37.3 will improve their score. Very accurate, easy transition into canter. Good quality of canter. To have good straightness as well. Really goes for it in the extended canter. Second change wasn't quite as clean as the first one, which got her 2 sevens from our 2 members of the ground jury. Lovely extended trot. That's Leah Siegel and Van Helsing P, the final members of the Austrian team. Good square halt to complete their test. And she's certainly going to improve the Austrian score. And she should put herself in a top 10 position individually as well. And make no mistake, this combination can be quick in the cross country. So certainly worth looking out for. And we'll have all of the cross country action for you, of course, on FEI TV. So we do hope that you will tune in. 1 o'clock, the first horse is due to go cross country tomorrow. So that is 1 o'clock Central European time. As next to come forwards, it is Julia Gilmer and Red Dream Princess. The final combination for Poland. Poland only fielding 3 riders in their team this weekend. As Van Helsing P, Leah Siegel, their score just to be confirmed, but should sneak into a top 10 position. So now Julia Gilmeyer's turn.
Here's the last of our starters. Here's for Team Poland. They're fielding just 3 scores, so all scores will count.
Julia, who came through the junior young rider teams for Poland.
Red Dream Princess. This 11-year-old there by the Rangers have done all because our stallion it's not relentless.
Comes forward with Red Dream Princess, an 11-year-old mare by Sir Donahall, owned by Ludwig Gilmeyer. And a combination that represented Poland in a couple of Nations Cup events here last year, or a couple of Nations Cup events last year, including here in Strzegom, where they finished top 15 individually. Won the Young Rider 3-star here a couple of years ago as well. So it's a venue that they know very, very well, and that certainly will give them an advantage heading out into the cross-country course tomorrow. Quite a twisty, turny track, Strzegom. As Van Helsing P, Leah Siegel, score just confirmed, goes into equal 7th, 30.1, which means the Austrian team score is 96.3. They sit just off the podium in 4th. So Poland, only 2 scores for them so far, 33.3 from Robert Powala and 42.7 from Alicia Tropilo. So as they're only fielding the 3 riders here, they do need to count this score. The last combination to go in the first phase. 53 competitors lining up in this Nations Cup, the 4th leg of the Nations Cup in 2023. positioning in the half pass. This big arena will play host to the show jumping, which we will have live for you on FEI TV on Sunday as well. The final phase of this Nations Cup competition. Oh, and another to pick up the wrong counter strike off. Opts for a flying change though. And gets the required flying change too. The second of those flying changes as well. Couple of moments of unbalance just at the beginning of that extended trot. Some really nice work in this horse's test as they come to their final salute to the judges. And Julia Gilmeyer and Red Dream Princess, the last combination of the day, have completed their first phase. So we'll bring you a score for them when it comes through, but it's been a brilliant couple of days of dressage. And very much looking forward to the cross country tomorrow. 1 o'clock Central European time. First horse goes out on course over Marcin Konowski's cross country track. And then on Sunday afternoon, it will be the final show jumping phase. So in the individual standings, it is Caroline Pamuchku and HSH Blake 28.1 who lead the way ahead of Germany's Joanna Mahler and Crazy Carlotta 29.3. Sana de Jong and Enjoy in third on 29.4. Robert Mandel, Saklaka 29.9. Equal fourth with Sophie Loeb. Sweetwater Zayathan TSF 29.9. In terms of the team standings, it is Germany's 3 riders out in front, 89.3. United States of America, the hot favourites to take the top spot on the podium, coming into the competition in second, 92.9. The Netherlands, 93.0 in third, and Austria, 96.3 in fourth. Just waiting for that final score to come in for Julia and Red Dream Princess, which will be with us in just a second, so we can confirm the team score for Poland for you. Here we go, 35.8 goes into 28th on the leaderboard. But that brings us to the end of the second day of dressage here in Strzegom for the fourth leg of the 2023 FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series. And we will turn our attentions to the cross-country, 1 o'clock Central European time. The first horse will be out on course tomorrow. We do hope that you will join us for what is going to be an absolutely brilliant day of cross-country action on FEI TV. From us, though, for now, here in Strzegom, thank you very much for tuning in.
Od godziny 9 rozpoczniemy zmagania na trasie crossu. rozpoczniemy konkursem dwóch długich gwiazdek, a druga próba konkursu, który oglądaliśmy przed chwilą, rozpocznie się o godzinie 12:50, o godzinie 12:50 start próby terenowej Pucharu Narodów.
What a pleasure it is to be here with our leader, yes, after first phase for Team USA, HSH Blake and Caroline. Caroline, what a test. I mean, what presence your horse has. HSH Blake to lead on that excellent 28.1.
Thank you so much. He's such a special horse. He's only 8 years old. I think the only one in division. Maybe there's one other. So I'm really, really proud of him. You know, at that age, they're still lacking so much strength. So for him to go in and be able to hold a consistent test at that age is just phenomenal. We have high hopes for him for the future.
He came out of Ireland, and Mary Mangan, I remember Mary producing him there in the young horse classes and qualified for Dublin. Finished nicely in the final.
Yep.
And Kelly Hutchinson, HSH, the prefix coming from Kelly's excellent operation in partnership with yourself, spotted this horse, brought him to America.
Yep.
First 16 international starts, 4 wins, a 2-star and 2 seconds. Amazing record.
Yeah, he's amazing, and I'm so blessed to have Kelly in my life. You know, she's been with me for 4 or 5 years, and she sources all my horses, and I couldn't imagine my life without her. So she saw Blake as a 4-year-old actually, and then during COVID, his 5-year-old year, Mary sadly was like, okay, I can part with him, and so Kelly scooped him up as soon as she could and sent him my way, and it's been great to we're also in contact with Mary, and I was hoping for her to be here, but maybe next show. But he's such a special horse, and it's so great when someone starts him and loves him so much. Like, you can feel how well he was produced. So huge shout out to her. I wouldn't be here without all the love she put into the horse.
That's beautiful. That is gorgeous. I remember that same relationship, and we're talking about the horse-human partnership. It is wonderful, and Mary loved that horse as family.
Yeah.
And then you have a lovely owner, Marie Hoff. Is it coming in to own HSH Blake?
Yeah, Molly Hoff. Yeah, I was in a situation during his 6-year-old year because he placed well so at all of his 2-stars. I was approached for quite a bit of money, and so actually a client came and tried him, I think the Monday of our USCF National 2-Star Championships, and they tried him, fell in love with him. I said, oh, I made it this far, I want to do my national championships, and then we can speak afterwards. And then on the drive home, they said, all right, we want the horse, and I'm crying on the whole way home. And then Molly Hoff, her daughter's a really great rider. Her name's Lizzie Hoff. They bought a few horses from Kelly and I. And so I was just like, why not? I'll give her a ring. And I remember crying to her on the phone like a baby, and she was like, yep, don't worry, keep the horse. I'll be an owner. And she's bought a few horses for me now, and she's the best. I'm really, really blessed.
You are lucky, and sometimes when the stars align like this,
Yeah.
you know, it's and we're only starting at this level at 4-star. I mean, the world is your oyster.
Yeah.
Leslie Law, your chef to keep. Great to have in this development squad. Tell me
Yes.
about the development squad. How did you happen to come to Strzegom?
Yeah, this is huge. So, given to us by the Karen Stives grant, the USCF put together this development tour. So it's run with Leslie Law and Christina Vaughn, and then this weekend we have Max Corkin with us and Gemma Stubbs, and we have a dream squad. You know, the USCF is really putting money into us and sending us over here because, you know, the riders I'm with, hopefully they're the riders I'll be doing senior championships with. So we got to get our feet wet. Last year I was really blessed again to get this grant from David O'Connor. It was called the Wilton Fair Grant. And so I was able to train with Pippa Funnell for 6 months. And it really opened my eyes. I've done I've done Nations Cup before, but coming over here and spending an extended stay, it's huge. So I'm really hoping with this new development grant that there's opportunities maybe next year we can come back and then stay longer, because coming in and doing one show is great, but doing a few Nations Cup, it's unbelievable experiences. You know, everyone on the continent's so lucky they can do this twice a month, 3 times a month. For us, there's a lot of pressure because we have to fly these horses over. You have, 10 days on the ground and you have to perform. It doesn't matter if your horse is a little bit tired or sore. You gotta perform. So it's hard on us and the horses to pick a show and then go backwards. It's very, very similar to, Olympics or Pan Ams, where you have to do well, where people here are a bit more lucky, where if you don't want to go to Mill Street, you go to Chatsworth Nations Cup. You want to do Chatsworth, you come here. And so
a lot of choices here.
Yeah.
But Team USA, America is back with a bang.
Yes.
And to see Tammy Smith winning Lexington 5-star.
Yep.
To see Boyd winning Fair Hill 5-star.
Yep.
America, and of course Will Coleman and Aachen.
And we have a huge team at Aachen coming up. We are going to go watch a part of the tour. We're going to go to Aachen and cheer on our squad and watch how they do things. So hopefully it'll be another good weekend for US.
Absolutely fantastic. And that culminated then in that brilliant placing at Pretoni.
Yeah.
And then the qualification for Paris. And these Nation Cup is so special for that qualification. You can rest for the first time in, 2 or 3 Olympics, that you are qualified early.
Yeah, I hope. And I hope that it means that they'll send younger riders to the Pan American Games, because that is the senior championships. And so I'm hoping, maybe they'll pick some of us younger riders and give us a shot at the senior level.
That's a lovely gentle hint, Caroline.
Yeah.
I love it. But listen, you well done Team USA here, and what a remarkable performance here for an 8-year-old here to lead the field, and a very proud moment for you carrying that American flag and to your team. Congratulations. First phase up. First of all, you've seen how to walk out behind us here at the lovely cross country. It's not off over yet. We know this.
No. Funny enough, when I first walked the cross country, I said it's not a dressage show. So in my mind, I kind of put the dressage away, and it took some of the pressure off for me, because again, I'm on an 8-year-old. This is his second time at the advanced level, so it's going to be a lot. I'm hoping the likes of doing Lyon, and I did Gatcombe last year, the British Championship, so I'm hoping I can carry those courses over. But again, it's hard. As soon as you come out of the box, the second jump is a rail on pins, and you gallop across the road and you do another pin jump to a corner, and then you got one let-up jump, which is not a let-up jump, to a double of angles, and then the next jump is, it's a rail to skinny. It doesn't let off, and even the gallop jumps, they're either big ditch and rails, or they're pinned, or they're max tables. So even the let-up jumps aren't easy.
It's big. And but that top 10 placing at Le Lion d'Angers, that was a fantastic place. That's hugely competitive atmosphere again.
Yeah.
And a World Breeders' Championship. I mean, fantastic. You like it at the top stage, don't you?
Yeah, it's what I live for, honestly. And again, I'm so lucky that I ride for the U.S. They give us a lot of opportunities. So it's my job to do the best I can, so hopefully I make them proud this weekend.
Yes. Well done at Strzegom Nations Cup, and we look forward to your rounds tomorrow, Caroline, and hopefully we'll be talking again after.
Hopefully.
Well done, and listen, congratulations. Leading up to first phase for Team America with the lovely HSH Blake.
Thank you.
Great.